All right, we are back in public, and we'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Paquette is away, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, all right. So we're back in public. We are ready to move the main motion first on capital 5.1 fall 2024 supplemental capital budget adjustment. This was exempted by Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, are you ready? Are you willing to move recommendation 5.1, please?
Yes, I can move
So
that.
just to be clear, I just need to put it in the chat. We're not going to be moving everything that's in there. It's just the amendments. So just give me.
Okay, can you put the amendment?
So we've got the main budget motion for capital. Any associated policy exemptions or additional considerations are not part of this. This is just the adjustments to the capital budget as outlined in attachment 4 and included in attachment 5 and attachment 7 of the recommended report from admin.
Okay, so Councillor Rice, can you please read the recommendation into the record?
Sure. I move that the adjustments to the 2023-2026 capital budget as outlined in attachment 4 and including in attachment 5 and attachment 7 of the December 2024 Financial and Corporation Services Report FCS 02530 be approved. That's all.
Yep.
Second.
Moving all 4 parts, right?
No, just the
Just-
part,
just
the
just
first
part?
adjusting the
Just
budget,
this
and then once you deal with the numbers, then we're going to deal with any subsequent, additional
So
policy
2, 3, and 4 will be moved later on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just dealing with the numbers.
Okay.
Then we'll deal with motions to keep things in private and policy exemptions separately.
Okay. All right, so second by Councillor Knack, right? Okay. No, I'm just looking to Aileen. She's to. So we have the motion on the
Yeah, we're
floor.
good. So just to be clear, you're not dealing with 2, 3, or 4 at this time?
Yeah.
Just the changes that are recommended in attachment 4, attachment 5, and attachment 7. So that's number 3. We've thrown that up there. So what you've got on the floor is correct. And if there's any amendments to the capital budget, now would be a good time.
Okay, so I am just looking for, here we go. I do have one.
Okay, so the
But-
chair has now been passed to Councillor Tang for clarity.
Okay, Councillor Tang, take
So
the chair.
taken.
Okay, I will move,
Point of order.
I'm sorry?
So how is this, Chair?
Because you just put a motion on the floor. You just put a motion on the floor, so you need to pass the chair over.
Okay, and it or not follows the deputy mayor and then acting mayor?
So as the mover, you cannot chair the meeting, and because you're the deputy mayor, he's passing the chair to the acting mayor.
So the deputy mayor is Councillor Paquette.
Paquette.
You're the acting.
Yep.
So you have the opportunity to chair. However, you just put the motion on the floor. So now we go to the next person in the list, and the next person in the council-approved list is Councillor Tang.
So is that motion already passed? To pass the chair to,
To pass the chairship doesn't need a motion. The motion right now is your motion, and then Mr. Mayor wants to amend this motion.
oh, because I moved this, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so, yeah, apologies for that.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that C01, this is capital budget. That profile CM 251001, vehicle and equipment replacement be increased by $80,000 in 2026 for turf and horticulture with funding from Pay As You Go.
Second?
And second by Councillor Stevenson. And so now we're debating on the,
No, we're not debating. No,
not debating.
Not debating.
Apologies.
Let's just get all the amendments on the floor, please.
Right. Okay, so that's been tabled.
And I can take the chair back, right? Yeah, that's all my amendment, yeah.
Okay, back to
Okay,
you.
okay. And Councillor Principe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cartmel, then Councillor Principe, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. I will move that capital profile 24 dash, the computer just died. Go ahead, Councillor Principe, I'll come back.
Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that capital profile CM-20-0330, Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Approach 3, be decreased by $33,650,000 in 2025 and $33,650,000 in 2026, with funding from tax-supported debt to defund planning, design, and delivery of the Active Transportation Implementation Acceleration Approach 3 project.
Second,
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Principe?
No, that's it for me for
Okay,
capital.
and Councillor Cartmel?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So I will move that capital profile 24-10-0400, downtown workspace optimization, as outlined on page 1 in attachment 4 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02530, revised, be held in abeyance, subject to a report being provided to committee that includes A, various disposition options, including demolition and future sales, B, impacts on related projects including Downtown District Energy and the Windspear expansion projects. C, a breakdown of costs related to staff relocations, including IT infrastructure relocation, office moves, facility modifications, and Edmonton Tower capital investments. And D, a summary of required capital investments at Century Place and Chancery Hall for the next 10 to 20 years.
second,
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Any other amendments? So that's all the amendments that we have. So now we can start the discussion on these amendments?
Nope, so all the amendments need to be tabled before you start your budget deliberations. So the main motion for capital, as well as these 3 amendments, would be tabled and set aside, and now we'd be ready to go to operating.
Oh, I
So
see.
the requirement that you
So
would-
get all the amendments on
That way
the,
everybody's informed and has the same information before you start deliberations.
oh, I see, okay. So now we need to move the recommendation and the operations.
Yeah, so if you just give me 2 seconds, I'm just going to put the motion for operating into the council chat.
You exempted it.
You got it, Tim?
Okay, so 5-2, Councillor Rice, you exempted this? You don't want to move them? Okay. Councillor Knack?
Sure, I can move it. Here it is. That adjustments to the 2025-2026 operating budget as outlined in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529, be approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a recommendation on the floor, and the 2 and 3 will be dealt later on, right? Okay. Now we are ready to move amendments. Okay, I have my multi-part amendment to move, so I'm going to cede the chair to Councillor Rice.
Chair is taken.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay, OP1, that the EPCOR power franchise fees held in the financial strategies for 9.679 million in 2025, excuse me, and 3.544 million in 2026 be released to the tax levy. And OP02, that the 2023-2026 corporate expenditures operating budget be decreased by 10.742 million in 2025 and decreased by 9.339 million in 2026 on an ongoing basis for the FSR repayment plan being released to the tax levy. This is getting bad. I'm not nervous or anything. It's just something in my throat. It's something in my throat. If I could get a... Yeah. I think it's this. I shouldn't have eaten this. Blame these... peanut. Yeah. Oh, this is great. Excuse me, I'll start again, if you don't mind. Okay, OP1, that the EPCOR power franchise fees held in financial strategies for 9.679 million in 2025 and 3.544 million in 2026 be released to the tax levy. And OP02, that 2023-2026 corporate expenditures operating expense budget be decreased by 10.742 million in 2025 and decreased by 9.339 million in 2026 on an ongoing basis for the FSR repayment plan being released to the tax levy. Please note that if this amendment passes, 2 other motions are required before voting on the main operating budget as amended. 1, once the minimum assessed balance has been met, that administration provide a report with options to divert the tax levy to universal renewal levy. B, that an exemption to the city policy C629 financial stabilization reserve policy be approved on a one-time basis to allow for a repayment strategy to achieve the minimum balance over a period of 5 years instead of 3 years. OP3, that the 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be reduced by $8 million starting in 2025 on an ongoing basis by releasing funds held within financial strategies for the EPCO dividend, with the funding be released to the tax levy. OP4, that the 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $15 million in 2025 on an ongoing basis by reducing the operating transfer of pay-as-you-go to capital, with the fund being released to the tax levy. Please note that I will be collaborating with Councilor Salvador. Maybe I'll explain that. I'll do the explanation later. Yeah. Next one, that the Edmonton Transit Service 2023-2026 operating revenue budget be reduced by $13 million in 2025 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to cover the right transit and revenue shortfall with funding from the LRT reserve as outlined in option 1 in Attachment 7 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529 REV. That an exemption to city policy C217E, reserve and equity account be approved to fund a one-time reserve reduction to the Edmonton Transit Service branch operating revenue budget in 2026 to fund the right transit revenue shortfall. And next one, that the Parks and the Roads Services branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $3.1 million in 2025 on an ongoing basis ending in 2026 for the city center optimization as outlined on page 27 in attachment 2 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, with funding from the OP12 ongoing funds held in financial strategies. And the next one, that the Parks and Road Services branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $400,000 in 2025 and increased by $1 million in 2026 on an ongoing basis to partially fund the integrated service package turf and horticulture resources and service levels as outlined on page 31 and 32 in attachment 2 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529 REV, with funding from the OP12 ongoing funds held in financial strategies. Next one, that the Parks and Roads Services branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $861,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the service package tree pruning as outlined on page 35 in attachment 2 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529 REV, with funding from the OP12 ongoing funds held in financial strategies. Next one, that the Federation of Community Leagues operating expenditure budget be increased by $475,000 on a one-time basis in 2025 for the service package EFCL CLIP budget request as outlined on page 34 in attachment 2 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529 REB, with funding from the Council contingency. That the Community Standards branch be increased by $850,000 on an ongoing basis starting in 2025 to provide a grant proportional to BIA levy for enhanced cleaning or community outreach teams in business improvement areas with the use of social enterprise with funding from the Community Safety and Well-being. And that the Economic Development Services branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $462,000 in 2025 and increased by $1,000 in 2026 on a multi-year basis ending in 2027 for the service package IIAP implementation industrial growth hub as outlined on page 30 in attachment 2 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 0252 Rev with funding from financial strategies. Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, second?
So Mayor Sohi, just, if I can just triple check, as you were reading that out, I think there were two parts that were addressed that were actually motions for policy exemptions.
Yeah.
So those aren't part of your amendments?
Yeah, those were kind of explanation, that's how I stopped.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So
Yeah.
just to clear,
Yeah.
even though you did say them, that those were just heads up, and
Yeah.
we're just going to track the amendments for
Yeah.
now. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Principe. So we follow the name and to table all the amendments first, right?
So I have tabled this, so I can take the chair back? Yeah.
Okay, so chair is
Yeah.
back.
I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Principe. Anyone else wants to go first?
We're just going to clear the speakers queue.
Okay, clear the speakers.
Yep, we are.
queue.
Just 2 seconds. Okay, so anybody who has amendments, if they can sign up under item 5.2 related to the operating budget amendments, please. Yep, we're just activating the speakers queue now.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Rice, are you ready to move your amendments? Go ahead, please.
I do have some amendments, and then just before I moved, I just want to put this on the record. The first one, some amendments may overlap with Mayor Sohi's, and also some amendments, and I'm still confirm some certain information. I may make some change later. So is that?
I am going to go to City Clerk to seek some direction.
Yeah, so I think where we're at in the process is that we would need to have the finalized amendments in order to have them be indicated valid and in order.
So,
Okay.
so please, Councillor Rice, make the amendments that are ready to go.
And if they're already the same as ones that have been made, then there's no need to put them on the floor again because they're already on the floor.
But I do not have copy in front of me, and that I'm just, I do not have copy for mayors, and I'm just going to read my amendments, and if needs to be dropped later on, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The point of order,
Yeah.
we all received from your office the document last night. Was sent to all of council.
Yeah.
So the councilor does have a copy of that. I just want to put that on public record.
So I
Are
can
you
go
ready?
now?
Yeah.
I'm going to my number one, so that I move that the 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be reduced by $8 million starting in 2025 on an ongoing basis by release funding hold with financial strategy and for the up core dividends with the funding be released to the tax levy.
That's been already moved.
Yeah, so first,
Okay.
let's see if, is there a seconder?
Second?
Like, if she wants to make them, then we'll put them in the tracker.
Okay.
And if they're duplicates, we'll strike them out because you can't vote on the same thing twice.
Okay, good, we'll do that. Councillor
Yeah.
Rice, go ahead, can you carry on, please?
Thank you. I thought that is the
Yeah.
original process and we had.
Yeah.
I move that the 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $7.722 million and in 2025 and decreased by 120,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis by release the funds held with financial strategy from OP12 serving with funding be released to the tax levy.
Need a second?
Second.
Okay,
That the 2023-2026 operating budget, expenditure budget be decreased by $2,998,000 starting in 2025 and increase by $306,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis by release funds held with financial strategies with funding be released to the tax levy. The next one,
need a second?
Second.
I move that the financial strategy 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $1,180,000 in 2025 and increased by $7,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis for community safety and well-being with funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
Okay,
The next one, I move that the fleet and facility services branch operating 2023-2026 expenditures budget be decreased by $15 million in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the inflationary increases in parts, fuel, materials, tires, and contract work as outlined as the 745,000 on page 1 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporation Service Report, FCS 02529, with funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
Next one. I move that the Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating 2023-2026 expenditure budget be decreased by $871,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the CRC facility maintenance as outlined on page 2 in attachment 1 of December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporation Services Report FCS 02529 with funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
The
Okay.
next one, I still have,
go ahead, keep on going.
I'm sorry. I move that Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating 2023-2026 expenditure budget by decrease by $320,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the Orange Hub as outlined on page 2 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporation Service Report, FCS 02529, with funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
The next, I move that Community Standards and the Neighborhoods Branch operating 2023-26 expenditure budget be decreased by $500,000 and in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the parking enhancement contract costs as outlined on page 2 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Service Reports FCS 02529 with funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
Next one, I move that the Parks and Roads Branch operating 2023-2026 expenditure budget be decreased by 450,000 in 2025 on ongoing basis for the bird last sweeps before and during turf and herd season as outlined on page 2 in attachment 1 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporation Services Report, FCS 02529, with the funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
Next one, I move that the Edmonton Arts Council 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $1.2 million in 2025 for community investment programs on an ongoing basis with funding released to the tax levy.
There's no seconder for that. Please carry on.
Next one, I move that the Edmonton Heritage Council 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget as be decreased by $850,000 in 2025 and on ongoing basis with funding released to the tax levy.
A second.
The next one, the last one, I move that the Edmonton Unlimited 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $1 million on ongoing basis with the funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. I would like to move that the Explore Edmonton operating expenditure budget be increased by $4.7 million in 2025 on a one-time basis for the service package change in base budget with funding from the Commercial Revitalization Reserve to be held in abeyance until Explore Edmonton provides an updated work plan to council that includes an approach to support local tourism and the nighttime economy.
Second.
Councillor Wright? Sorry, who seconded? Okay, Councillor Wright. Okay. Okay. Anything else, Councillor Stevenson? Okay.
That's everything. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that the parks, I did have one that's already been tabled, so I won't table that. But I would like to say that the Parks and Road Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $263,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis for the second item on page 2 as outlined in attachment 4 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02529, revised with funding from the OP12 ongoing funds held in financial strategies.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack? Anything else, Councillor Principe? Okay. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, I forgot I had one. It was handed to me recently. Yes, this is just cleanup. So that the corporate expenditures 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $40,000 in 2025 and on an ongoing basis for workers' compensation board premiums for council members, with the $40,000 transferred from the mayor and councillor's office expenditure budget, with 12/13 of the funding from the office of the councillor's common budget and 1/13 of the funding from the mayor from the office of the mayor budget. It's a great motion, I think. Yeah.
Okay, who wants to second that?
Second.
That'll be a great calculation. Yeah. Okay. Any other amendments?
Point of order.
Yes.
Not an amendment, but just a process question.
What is the process for determining whether a number of those amendments are valid and in order? Are we going to be going line by line? I just want to understand what that
Yeah,
process looks
so
like.
a few surprises this afternoon. So obviously, we're going to take a bit of a recess, and then I'll let you know when we've got the tracker updated. So we do, sometimes we have the information and it's a cut and paste, and then other times we might have to go back and actually listen to the tape so that we're really clear on what was actually said versus what we were provided with. I can't say right now as to how long that would take because I'd need to check with my colleagues. But if something has been stated in a duplicate way, we'll flag that. But if you give me just but a moment, I can check with my team and see how long it's going to take us to get those ready to go.
Okay, so if you get back to us, right, then we can, we give you the time, then we can take a break, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you just take a break, and then when we're ready, I'll give you a 15-minute warning. How about
Okay.
that?
But
Okay?
can you give me an approximate time, like it's
When
gonna?
if I don't go and talk to the team and I decide for myself, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, but like it won't be,
It will be today, hopefully, but to be fair, listening to what was just said I think it was about 12 minutes, we have to go back and listen to the tape.
so, okay, while you're
couple
doing
of
that,
times.
can we, for example, most of those, like there's only two on capital.
Yeah, but the same team that runs this runs that.
Okay, good,
So
okay.
We all got to get on the
Let us
same
know.
page before we start
Let
voting,
us
so I'd
know
like a
in,
break.
give us 15 minutes, sorry. Give us 15 minutes head up.
Yep, please enjoy
We'll go into our
enjoy your
office.
break, and I'll give you a 15-minute warning.
Okay,
Cheers.
great, thanks. Well, we are on the recess until summoned by the city clerk. And today. are on capital budget amendments, right? Okay, can you walk us through quickly what we're gonna do?
Yeah, so council did approve a process that include a randomization. I would like to suggest, since you are already excluded from that randomization process and there are only 2 capital amendments, if it's okay with unanimous consent, just suspend that requirement. You've got the first amendment on the floor, Mayor Sohi, so I suggest you pass the chair and we can just jump right in.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Okay, I have to move it again, right?
It's already moved and stated, you can just jump right in. Do you want 2 minutes to introduce it?
Yeah, this is actually pretty straightforward. In the operating budget, you would see a proposal to increase turf maintenance and horticultural maintenance funding. And in order to operationalize that, there's some equipment will be required. And this capital amendment will allow administration to buy that equipment. And so $80,000 is required in 2026 to operationalize if there other funding approved by council.
Councillor Rice?
Oh, sorry. I look. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Any questions for the motion on the floor?
If there's no questions, you can just call the vote.
I do have questions. So I can pass chair to Councillor Tan.
So taken.
Sorry, I think Councillor Principe was on the
Oh.
list.
So, your name? Okay. So 8,000 for turf and horticulture, this is under the capital, right? From pay as you go, and then how much money available right now in pay as you go? Is that $500,000?
Yeah, I think it's 500,000, based on the presentation that we gave. Otherwise, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that on the operating budget side, there appears to be an amendment to reduce PAYGO.
So for that 500,000 pay as you go, that is under the capital budget. So it's not under operation.
That's correct.
So it's under capital, and we use 80,000 for this piece. There was my question to administration, and then for this 8,000 to turf and horticulture, so what could this $8,000 achieve? And my question really is this enough, sufficient?
Yeah, the calculations were done so to match the amount on the operating side. So really, this would just be the equipment to operationalize, like the capital equipment required to operationalize what's listed on the operating amendment.
Match operation side, if operation side is funding reduced or increased, will impact this change? If reduce or increase?
I would say this is the capital portion that goes together with the operating increase. So Does that answer the question?
Yes, and then a larger half of my question, if operational side and we get increase or decrease, and is this 80,000 will be impacted?
It would, yeah. So if this matches what's on the operating side. So if the operating side changes, this would have to get recalculated.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Return the chair.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Principe?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm supportive of this. This was very similar to a motion that I had made a couple of years ago about it increasing, that was not successful. So I'm really glad to see it back up. And so I'm happy to see this and happy to support it.
I didn't see any more questions. Is any speak on the motion? No speak, and then please vote. Oh, sorry. Mayor to be closed. Thank you.
Very quickly, and thank you, Councillor Principe, for reminding that, and also, your advocacy on this. Sometimes it takes time for things to happen. So, all that work that goes into where we are today, I want to acknowledge that. Thank you for that. And also my colleagues as well. This is in an area that has been identified as a service gap in a core service that we have to deliver on behalf of Edmontonians. I know I want to start somewhere instead of not do anything as we get more into a better financial situation, that we can start building on this initial investment. But this $80,000 is necessary in order to operationalize if the other motion passes. And if that fails, then this $80,000 would not be required. Okay. Yes, I hope my colleagues can support this modest investment.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one more vote. Let me see if she's... Councillor Hamilton? I believe she had to drop off. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Return the chair back to you.
Yeah,
Mayor
thank you,
Sohi.
Councillor Rice. Okay, the other two are, I think, Councillor Principe, you were next. You want to go next, or Councillor Cardinal, you want to go? No, there's only two left. Yeah, Councillor Cardinal, you want to go first?
First name or last name? All right, so on the advice of clerks, I would like to restate my motion.
Okay.
As follows, and that is that capital profile 24-10-0400 downtown workspace optimization as outlined on page 1 in attachment 4 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02530 revised be deleted. And then I've got a subsequent to do the work that was contained in my original motion to come back, and we'll discuss that in due course. If my amendment passes on capital, then we'll have the conversation that would be generated by my subsequent in the new year. The advice is that this is cleaner than holding money in abeyance in a kind of bizarre in and out pay-as-you-go fund.
So this amendment and subsequent motion are tied, right? Right, so approval of one would, so I think we will have that situation with my amendments too, right? So I think we need to, so if this passes, then we need to also make sure that the subsequent also passes, right? So they're tied together.
Well, they're certainly linked.
Yeah, linked, yeah.
Yes.
Good, okay.
You have my pledge that I will actually make that motion. Yeah.
Okay, all right, so you want to make the introduction?
That was it.
Okay. And this second, who was second?
I second.
Councillor Rice seconded. Okay, good. Okay, no questions on this, please? No, the wording is changed. The
Yeah, do
second
you want-
part is
Yeah,
deleted.
do you want me to put it in the
Yeah, if you
chat?
don't mind, please,
for
if you
sure.
put it on the, is it okay to put on the screen? Here we go. Here we are, yeah. Okay, no questions, colleagues, on this? Okay, no questions. Okay, then, anyone to speak? Okay, no one to speak. Councillor Cardinal to close. Sorry. Oh, here you go. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I appreciate what the mover's trying to do. I think for me, the information that we have received in this package is sufficient. We've talked a lot about the asset and renewal deficit, the asset inventory we have and the renewal deficit we have. And this in the long run does pose a little bit of risk, but it also does pose a bigger risk to keep this property. So I don't foresee, I would definitely support an ongoing conversation so that the public kind of knows what we're dealing with. But I feel like even that, for me, this information is sufficient that we've received today. So I will not be supporting deletion of this. And I wanted to just provide a bit of context. I don't know where my other colleagues land, but I appreciate the intent of the mover, but I won't be supporting it.
Okay, anyone else to speak before I go to Councillor Cardinal to close? Okay. Oh, Councillor Stevenson, please sign up. There you go. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm just reflecting on my colleagues' reflections. My understanding is that this doesn't significantly slow down the work that's happening. And so I think I will be supporting the motion. I'm just talking out loud, but I think there is value in having some further analysis shared, and I think there's also a number of really creative ideas that we could pursue with these assets. So would be happy to have a forum and a venue to have those discussions. So I will be supporting, but appreciate. I agree. I would feel comfortable moving forward. I think our team has done really good due diligence on this, and I think the overall approach is very prudent and wise. But I don't see a negative impact in taking a bit of time to reflect on that a bit further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Now, Councillor Cardinal to close.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I also don't think that this is going to create a monumental delay. The sense I got was that there is a lot of information available. It just is not concisely summarized in a report that we can share. Also understand that some of those elements would be private and would even be held private in the subsequent conversation. I note that absolutely we've talked about that we're going to have to retire some assets as time goes on here. It's just going to be prudent life cycle management of our capital assets. I'm reminded of when Sconapoula was retired, and that caught a lot of people by surprise. There wasn't a lot of conversation. There was potentially partnerships and other solutions if that had been contemplated much earlier in the ultimate decision to retire that asset. And in that conversation, there was a building condition report that was ultimately shared publicly, so there was a shared understanding of just what that retirement was based on. So I think that, a bit more information in these weird ones, and I characterize this as a little bit weird because it does interact with a number of other projects, a number of other buildings, and it is in the core of our downtown and the core of our arts district adjacent to City Hall, and I think that bears a bit more scrutiny, input, analysis, and discussion than, say, a arena that might be retired because it's at the end of its useful life out in one of the suburbs where it's pretty obvious that it's at the end of its useful life. So I think there would be value in having that conversation, and I don't think it's a big delay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. So please vote.
We're just sending the vote out now. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Moving on to Councillor Principe. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I brought this forward again. This is something that we've discussed in the past. The reason I'm bringing it forward, it's still one of the top discussions that constituents reach out to me about. And we've had some recent discussions at council about rethinking capital projects and just focusing on renewal. So that also sparked this. And although I realize it won't make an impact on the tax levy or a significant impact on the tax levy, debt servicing is our third highest expenditure, and just trying to find ways to decrease our debt servicing.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Well, I think the mover spoke to it a bit, but I'm just wondering if administration could quantify the impact that this would have on tax levy next year?
Yeah, for sure. So for 2025, the total operating impacts of capital, the reduction would be around $772,000, which is about a 0.04% tax increase.
Okay.
And for 2026, it's an additional 1.5 million, which is around 0.07% tax increase.
Okay. Thank you. I think that answers my question.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Oh, sorry, question? Oh,
No, I'm for speaking.
okay. So Councillor Rutherford is for speaking. Councillor Rice, you have questions? Go ahead, please.
Just quick question, and then for the borrow and money, $100 million, and how much left, and how much spent it already?
So we would have borrowed by end of December 2024 around $15 million of that 100 million.
Also, we only borrowed $15 million.
Correct.
So we, 15.
Not 50.
15, yes. yeah.
15.
Yeah, yes, with 15. And we still have like the $85 million left.
That's what would be left in borrowing authority, yeah.
So if that is the case, I would like to make amendments for the amount. If we have, and we have like the $85 million left. So for how much money we needed, and if we wrap up the project, how much money we needed for that, for wrap up?
I don't have that number in front of me right now, but
Just about like the estimated.
well, let me get that for you.
I'd also like to flag that although there's 15 million spent, we're closer to 26 million committed for where it's at in the progress, just for a heads up.
That's helpful. So $26 million committed. So if that is the case, I would like to make amendment to change amount to $70 million.
So I think the total adds to 67.
67?
So it's pretty close.
Oh, then 65 for the. Is that considered as a friendly amendment?
It's not friendly. And can you just clarify before I go to the chair, what's the split, or is it all in 1 year?
Okay, so can I get the clarification? Is it spread to the 2 years or 1 year? For the 65, so $100 million is spread to the 2025 and 2026 for both years, or 1 year?
Yeah, so Councillor, if you're asking to
Yeah.
make I'm just assuming here, if you're asking to make an amendment to Councilor Principe's motion,
Yeah.
Councilor Principe has that amount split out over 2 years evenly.
Okay, so it's already separated, so then no amendment needed. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rutherford to speak, right? Councillor Rice, can you take the chair? I just need clarification. So
I
that,
have chair.
thank you for that, Aki. So the way it's written, so it will eliminate $33.6 million in 2025, harm, then another 33 million point six for 2026, right? Cumulatively 67.
That's right, so that's the way the motion is stated.
Okay. So how would that impact the $26 million worth of projects that are underway now or committed?
So we have projects that are either committed for some of those future dollars in contracts that are out and/or planning and design work that's already been committed through assignments.
So is $67 million available in $100 million funding envelope to be reduced?
In uncommitted funds for the future funding that was planned for the rest of the cycle, those dollars would still be available.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson?
So apologies. This is funding that we have not yet borrowed, is that correct?
So we only borrow for the expenditures that
Yeah.
have been incurred. So I think the difference between what Craig and I are saying is that the 15 million I quoted that we're going to be borrowing by the end of this year, that's for actual expenditures incurred. There's commitments beyond that, which we wouldn't have borrowed for yet until those expenses are incurred.
Right, so this is only avoiding future debt servicing costs once the funds are borrowed. But there's nothing that's decreasing now in terms of an operating cost.
So if you remove this from the capital budget, we would remove the forecasted debt servicing costs that we had expected to incur. And so you would see in 2025 a decrease and in 2026 a decrease, those numbers I had stated before.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry, actually, I'm still on the clock, but, yeah, sorry, that's great, thank you.
Okay, that concludes the questions. Now to speak to the motion, Councillor Knack to speak as well. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Okay, so I told myself that if Councillor Principe put this back on the floor this time round, because I know she likes to talk about it, that I would be really hard pressed to not support it. I'm a staunch supporter of active mode network and expanding our active mode network. Protecting the neighborhood renewal was a big thing. There's a lot of other projects that integrate active mode components into them. But when this first came up through the omnibus conversation, I remember at that time being lukewarm to 100 million and had wanted to have it be 50-50 instead, knowing how, for me, I want to bring Edmontonians along on this journey. And I worried that it was not going to do that. But I've supported it every time this amendment has come forward to this point. But there's a few context pieces that I think have changed for me. One specifically is that we are going to now also within the same budget adjustment take on and yes, it's in a different outlying year, but we are going to take on $105 million in debt for the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program, which does include active mode infrastructure. There is a protected active mode over 127th Street, which is a huge north-south connection that is absolutely needed. There's a shared use path component that goes all the way from 142nd Street to Blatchford, within that project that will significantly enhance that network and the connectivity of the north side to the south side. So I don't want this to be pitting road infrastructure against active mode infrastructure either, because that's not the intent. But I do look at our debt servicing, and I do get worried about where we are, and I think about how much progress we make by integrating the active network into our regular other, 250 capital projects? Not all of them are road projects, but there's active mode, even in Coronation Rec Center. They're building an entire indoor park bike lockup, secure lockup, so that it's gonna be more palatable for people to bike to the Coronation Rec Center and know that their bike can be in the facility and secure. So we are changing this, we are considering this in many ways. So I really felt like I needed to come on to provide the context of why I am going to actually support this motion this time when I haven't for so long. And it's not that I don't believe in the bike plan. It's not that I don't believe in active mode infrastructure. I just think we're getting there in other ways already. And I feel like this is similar to when I kind of did the motion around the bag fees. And I said, let's not increase the bag fees in July. I don't think it's a really good idea because it's just this thing that's gonna agitate the public. And we did, and it agitated the public. And so I'm at a point now where I can't continue to support something doggedly with context changing, and understanding a bit more about how active mode is integrated into other capital projects than I did at the time that this was first put forward in the four-year budget. So I guess Karen, Councillor Principe, thank you for being relentless in one way, because if nothing else, I had mentally prepared for what I would do if this motion was brought forward by you. But yes, so I just felt like I needed to, I owed it to the public, an explanation and to my colleagues for what I will be voting on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. You know, I always struggle because it's like I try not to take this motion personally, and it's not personal. Don't worry, I know. But I joke a little bit about that because you know last night and in half an hour time, I'm going to jump on my bike, and half of the route I take to get home will be very safe, and the other half is unsafe. It's just the reality. Somebody who chooses to bike across the city, I do not have a safe way to get home right now. And to be fair, this isn't actually going to provide me that safe way home. This starts to help fill in gaps in other parts of the city. But I think why I bring that up is that, you know, we are spending literally billions of dollars to save people minutes of time on their drive. And never once have we revisited those conversations in my time on council. Never once have we revisited the Yellowhead or Terwillegar, or I'm going to keep pushing for Winterburn Road in my neck of the woods. And I don't think we should, because I think it is important to make sure we're providing people with an efficient mode and a way to get to where they want to go. But this money isn't about efficiency, it's literally about safety. And that's the part that I'm really struggling with. Here's something that is meant to actually allow people a safe way to move that hasn't existed before. And yet this is the one that always gets picked on every time. That's frustrating because there are people who might want to make different choices who can't right now. I will continue to choose no matter whether this exists or not, no matter whether a bike lane exists or not. I am relatively comfortable enough to sort of put my, jump on that bike and take that route. Or in the case of what I'll probably do today, I'll bike on a road at 15 kilometers an hour because it's clear versus trying to bike on a local road which is now going to be full of slush and brown sugar and essentially unable to be biked on. So something I wrote about when we first approved this is in my time on council and in my 3 capital budget cycles, I have supported $4.2 billion of investments in roads. That amount, and this four-year budget, by the way, about 1.8 billion of that, of the 4.2 billion, is in this budget cycle. This council has spent more on roads per year than any other council in history. Here we're a bunch of lefties too at the time, which is a weird suggestion. Yet we've invested in roads because we think that's important. We've invested in transit. We're investing in sidewalks. We're trying to fill those gaps so that people can have an accessible way home. And yet this is the one that always comes back. And so, so I mentioned the 4.2 billion. And so in my time on council, I've approved about 113 million on active transportation, particularly bike lanes, which is about 2.4%, just for reference. 2.4%, about the percentage of people who choose to use biking as their primary mode of transportation, and I would argue during the spring, summer, and fall, that number is much higher than what we get, say, in the winter, which is, I think, a fair point. So from a proportional perspective, we're actually still being fair in the level of investment. But I'm going to keep coming back to the final point, which is that this is actually about safety. This isn't even about efficiency of movement in the city. This is about, does everyone have the chance to safely choose different modes of transportation? I don't think everyone has the ability to safely move throughout the city unless you own a car. The other three modes of transportation, which 25% of Edmontonians use, is not safe enough in every aspect the same way that we treat this. And frankly, you could even argue roads. We still need traffic safety and a lot of work looking at Councillor Wright as we do that. But that's what I keep coming back to, is that, is this an unreasonable amount of money? I know the headline always looks like it is. But in terms of actually providing service to all different types of people in the city, I think it's a very reasonable amount. And we've heard the total amount, and we know that a lot of these projects, you know, the ones that were done this year are multi-use trails. Like, we learned a lot from when we tore out some bike lanes in 2015 because they were on roads that were arterial roads. We've taken those lessons to do this in a thoughtful and an efficient way, in a way that makes sense for everyone, that isn't pitting modes of transportation against one another. But I'll keep coming back to, does everyone deserve a safe way to get to and from where they want to go? If the answer is yes, I would encourage folks to vote no to this.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I want to take a few moments to share why I will not be supporting this motion. So I think it's really important to reflect on this being a strategic investment. This approach to provide other means of getting around our city can help defray long-term capital costs, operating costs for our road infrastructure in the city. Our investment in bike paths is also evidence-based. So not only from the example Councillor Knack just raised, but by watching usage. We have built bike lanes and people have come. There has been quantifiable and market increase in people choosing this mode of transportation. My colleagues spoke about safety. You know, that's absolutely the case. You know, providing a safe route for those who choose to bike around our city is critical. But they're not the only ones that benefit from a safety perspective. Attention that's really prevalent in my ward is conflicts with e-scooters. Many users of e-scooters don't feel comfortable on the roads. They end up on the sidewalk, which is not a safe situation for pedestrians. That speaks to there not being adequate facilities to accommodate everyone who needs a safe space to move through our city. And by one user trying to be safe, it creates a risk for others. And I think that's a really important theme, that it's not just cyclists that benefit from bike lanes. As I mentioned, pedestrians benefit from this, and so do drivers, by reducing congestion, by creating options for drivers who maybe do want to have a choice to take a bike now and then. So I will not be supporting this and encourage my colleagues not to either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'm going to argue that, first of all, this is an efficiency question. This, for me, has never been a question of mode on vote, you know, bikes versus cars, this conversation. It is, in fact, this motion that started that conversation. We have long supported, long invested in transportation infrastructure, whether that is LRT and buses, bike lanes and vehicle lanes, active transportation, paths and lanes that go back 40 or 50 years. That has never been a question. The question for me has always been a project management question. To me, it's analogous to the playground at the school. The school gets built and the playground comes after, and it's the community that has to build the playground. It takes years to raise money, to have casinos, to build a volunteer base, to find $500,000 to get a couple of matching grants to get the other $500,000 to build a playground that cost well in excess of $1 million. But if they just built the playground with the school, it would cost a tenth of that and be done at the same time, because there's an economy of scale when you already have the equipment there. There is tens of millions of dollars in bike infrastructure investment in Terwillegar Drive. And it is the economy of scale of that project that allows us to actually build bike infrastructure and bike path infrastructure in a far more meaningful and economical way. Those investments will arguably allow 85,000 people to link up to the South Campus LRT station or to the River Valley Trails. There's 3 dedicated pedestrian bridges in that funding, in the Terwillegar Drive funding, that is bike funding, bike plan funding. But this funding has just built a bike path alongside 23rd Avenue between 119th Street and 111th Street, which is going to be the heart of a construction zone for the next 5 years while we extend the South LRT. No one's using it. There is a parallel path along the power line right-of-way a few blocks to the north that a lot of people use. It's the one path that cuts across Mill Creek Ravine. It's the path that takes you from Calgary Trail all the way to the Henday Bridge in the southwest. It's the path that is already there, already being used. $100 million, when it is ultimately spent, mostly on debt, represents about $7 million of tax levy money every year for 25 years. It might only be pennies right now. It might only be $1 million next year, incremental, but ultimately that is what this kind of investment represents. And we could have done that work for far less money if we had done it in an economy of scale way, matching it up to other projects. And we didn't do that. We discreetly did it, and we started the fight. It's the third rail of Edmonton politics to have this conversation year after year, because we are discreetly doing it, not doing it in a project management informed economy of scale kind of way. And it gets really, really difficult to defend the investments that we are making. So, you know, it might be time to back away from this. The point was made about the $100 million in Yellowhead funding that has to be funded. And I would note that we just passed a motion for $80,000 in grass cutting equipment. And when we talked about that, somehow, some way, the information that came to us was that the work couldn't proceed today without an $80,000 change in a $10 billion capital budget. But then when this motion comes, it's the undertone is, well, it's only a few pennies in 26 and 25. It can't be both ways. If we're going to get into the $80,000 motions, then this is by far an appropriate motion. So I offer you that it's time to end this discussion, end this fight, and start building our bike plan using those economies of scale and those pragmatic, effective, discrete, disciplined project management processes that will get us the plan that we're looking for. The transportation plan that we're looking for, that is a multi-pronged, multi-approached, multi-mode transportation plan for this city.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I think part of the problem with the piecemeal approach is that it can take a really long time to get done. And given our climate goals, our affordability goals, our goals to move people as a city, I often say we're going to be a city of 2 million people. We cannot afford to be a city of 2 million cars. And if we're only going to be adding bike infrastructure when we're doing neighborhood renewals and when we're doing other piecemeal approaches, I don't know when the next time is we're going to do Belgravia Road or some other road like the $500 million going into Terwillegar. That's never going to get done. So that approach doesn't work. What we have is a city that's been built over 100 years, and there's missing links, there's missing sidewalks, there's areas where you cannot move safely, and that's got to change, and that's why the plan requires an acceleration. This is as others have said, an investment in safety. But I would just invite you to think back to White Avenue before the 83rd Ave bike lane. It was chaos. You'd be driving on White Ave, cars would be weaving out of White Ave, cutting you off, coming out of parked cars. As a cyclist, it was terrifying. As a driver, it was terrifying. It was chaos. Since the 83rd Ave bike lane went in, the separated protected bike lane, there is order. Cars can move smoothly. Bikes, scooters, everyone else move off White Ave, they move onto 83rd. And that's what we're doing. When you actually go and look at the investments that are being made, it's like a connection to Nate. It's a connection along the LRT line. It's all these other pieces that were never done. And it's disingenuous to suggest that we will somehow just, it'll just naturally come with other projects as we renew them over time. No, it takes a deliberate plan. That's what was done. We had a plan for 20, 30 years, wasn't actually funded. That's not a plan. That's just a dream. This is actually putting people into safe transportation choices. I would also note that we are in the middle of an e-bike revolution. The number one demographic of people riding now are actually seniors. And I don't know about you, but there's a lot of roads I wouldn't want my mom or dad riding on. But with safe, protected infrastructure, they can do so safely and move. It's also about the children. There's a lot of schools here which are now going to be served where kids can bike to school safely. They're going to be connected. That wouldn't happen without this plan too. So it's interesting. I voted against Lewis Farms. That was a $320-something million investment, and I said not yet. Council said proceed. We had other tough conversations about coordination, about Horlick Park, about others, but yet this the multi-use pathways funding here, because really that's what this is. A lot of this is going into multi-use pathways. I think is a incredibly powerful force multiplier in terms of bang for our buck. When we talk about affordability, when we talk about safety, when we talk about mitigating traffic, when we talk about everything else that comes with building a modern city, this is an incredibly smart investment. I also want to share, I think I was door knocking and I was talking to somebody and she said, I don't like the bike lanes. They put them in and they take them out. And it's like, what are you talking about? And I realized very quickly this woman was referring to something that happened around 2012, 2011 in 40th Avenue, Saddleback Road area. Because at the time, I guess council had painted some lanes. Well, that doesn't serve anybody. Paint's not good for cyclists. Paint is not good for cars. Paint doesn't work for anybody. We need separated, protected infrastructure that actually makes it safe for everybody, especially women and seniors and children, to feel comfortable on the roads. So I think if people actually know, when I explained to her, oh no, we are not going to go and just start slapping paint down. We're actually going to be building connections like 83rd Ave or 110th Street. Then they, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you can bike up to the university, you can bike around here. Like once you actually explain the kind of infrastructure that this is building and the positive benefits, people get it. People don't want paint on the roads. I don't either. It's not good for everyone. So I think when we look at our carbon budget and we see that we're falling behind in terms of climate change, when we look at the cost of car ownership, when we look at the cap coming off auto insurance, this investment allows a lot more people to bike a lot further, a lot safer. It connects you to West Ed, it connects you to the north side. This district connector plan is, it's really important. And when you look at the next chunk going in this next year, when you look at the Bonnie Doon area and the West End, that helps connect people, especially the most likely people who are most likely to ride more often to important destinations. So I'd encourage you to vote for safety and vote for a smart choice for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. This is a really interesting debate and happened a few times already. I really appreciate this safety concern, why we're doing this. However, I would like to look at, besides efficiency, safety, I think there are a really important principle and could be applied and into our budget process. And I think is already applied and in our budget process. That is a priority-based budget. And I agree with my colleague's point about the efficiency. And then it is efficiency. It's about the safety and also it's about the efficiency. The efficiency is on the top of the project management, and my colleague mentioned about that. And I want to add one more point on the efficiency. That is efficient and cost-effective capital planning. I think that capital planning right now and in our city's budget process, I did not heard enough. I did not see enough emphasis on that efficient and cost-effective capital planning. That capital planning and also will inform our city's capital infrastructure priorities. By looking at, we spent already for this project, we spent $15 million. And then give the example on 23rd Avenue, which is located in my ward between 111th Street and 119th Street. That will be in the next 5 to 6 years on the big infrastructure construction. And how to make sure people safely use that. Why we need to build that right now? Is that the number one priority in that area? From what I heard from the people I represent, that is not. Instead, our city has so many major nodes, playgrounds, sidewalks, and in the neighborhood, including like 41 Avenue. 41 Avenue is our city's old boundary. And with the development, right now, we have south of Handy communities and more than 36,000 population every day need to come in out on that 41 Avenue. But the traffic and become nightmare. And for the people every day need to go to work. And for our students every day need to go to the schools. And how much $1 million could be leveraged to improve that road? And not only limited to that 41 Avenue, and there are some other major roads in our city as well. And how many population, how many families could be impacted by this investment, by this plan? So I would like to say we really need to focus on our city's priority in terms of capital plan. And I'm not going to repeat other good points, and my colleagues already said that. I agree, and right now it's time for us to move forward to stop repeatedly conversation on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate what's been shared by a number of colleagues so far. And maybe just to start, I think whenever we have these conversations, it's really important to consider context, and that's really what I'm doing here. Because what we're talking about when it comes to this investment in active transportation, we're looking at close to 90 kilometers of active transportation infrastructure for the same cost as around 200 meters of a 400-meter overpass. It was mentioned that this funding represents a fraction of the cost overruns that we're seeing on other roadway projects similar to Yellowhead. I'm reflecting on what's been shared about safety as well. That's really what's standing out to me. Too many vulnerable road users, people who are biking, walking, rolling, have lost their lives because the infrastructure they needed wasn't there. So this is a safety issue, it's an equity issue, and it's an opportunity to ensure that people can get around in ways that work for them, regardless of how they're traveling around their community and our city. I think about the billions of dollars, as was mentioned, that are being invested in roadways and bridges and LRT expansions, and those are absolutely important projects, but we have to be able to see that a complete and connected transportation system also includes active modes, and it must include options for people who cannot afford a car and cannot even afford a bus pass. Providing safe bike infrastructure is about ensuring everyone, regardless of their income, has the right to move around our city safely. I think it was interesting to hear from a colleague. Councillor Jans talked about the absolute surge in the number of seniors and other folks we're seeing riding e-bikes. And that's what I see out in the communities that I represent as well. And they deserve safe infrastructure to get them to their end destination. And, you know, I don't disagree that it's great when you get to ride on really beautiful active transportation infrastructure that is part of a massive roadway expansion or car-oriented project, but in far too many locations, you finish at a destination and that segment will spit you out onto a 6-lane road that is not safe. Like, this is about complete connectivity. It's about building a network so that people don't just have a great piece and stretch of infrastructure to get them a kilometer or two, but something that actually enables them to move in a way that facilitates safely arriving at work, at school, at the grocery store, at end destinations. And, you know, I think one thing that maybe hasn't been mentioned so far is the importance of active transportation as it relates to economic development. Firms who are looking to set up their headquarters and their businesses in different cities, in our downtown, in our core, they're looking for active transportation infrastructure because they know that it is critical for talent attraction and retention. So this is not just about safety or climate or affordability, it's also about our capacity to attract businesses to Edmonton, as other cities around the world already understand and are doing. And finally, I think it's incumbent on all of us to provide clear and accurate information to Edmontonians about the investments that we've made and the implications of those investments and what that means for debt servicing costs for capital projects. We owe it to Edmontonians to communicate in a way that supports civic literacy and supports understanding. When we see folks suggesting that, you know, unfunding this particular project will somehow save the budget, I think it's a really great opportunity to be able to talk about the difference between debt servicing and operating funding, so we can bring people into those conversations. So I will end it there. I will not be supporting this and would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Can we extend the order to finish this item?
So moved.
Okay.
This
this amendment, sorry. This amendment.
Second.
Items are very long. Okay, please vote.
Just give us 2 seconds and we're sending it out. Just waiting on one. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have a chair.
Yeah, I was actually debating whether I'm going to speak to this or not, because I have stated my views on this, I think, numerous times, because this is not the first time we're debating this over the last 3 years. This will probably be the 5th or 6th debate that we had on this item, and it has become unfortunately very polarized and politicized, and that's the unfortunate part of this. But I want to share actually my experience why I support this. When I moved here, I was a new immigrant. I had very few means to sustain myself other than the support of my family, and they were very generous to provide me a shelter in their home. But I needed to move around the city. So what I relied on was public transit, but not everywhere I went public transit was available. So I actually rode my bike around the city, everywhere. But I can tell you, it was scary. It was like amount of nervousness, and you were basically feeling that you're going to die today, being on the road among vehicle. So it's about safety. But it's also about affordability. We have been spending hours and hours and hours talking about what we need to do to make our city an affordable place for everyone. We are the growing city. We have a lot of people who cannot afford to buy a car. They cannot afford insurance. They cannot afford gas. And they're making tough choices when we force them to drive, because we don't offer them a sustainable, safer way to move around through active modes of transportation. We are actually, by not building sustainable modes of transportation, we're actually making people's life unaffordable. We are forcing people to drive or take a taxi or take Uber because we don't have that safe mode of transportation available for them. So I want you to think about that, right? I know this debate is becoming tiring, and I agree with Councillor Rutherford, right? That becomes a tiring that you sometimes feel like, just give up. Right?
I think that's what I said.
Right? But we are not here to give up. We're here to create a city for everyone. It is about having a mode of transportation that is available to those who can least afford. Others make choices, which is absolutely fine, right? People make sustainable choices for various other reasons. But why I'm supporting this is about affordability, about safety, and also reducing traffic gridlock in our city. It's proven, study after study has shown that when you build sustainable modes of transportation, even those who do not ride their bikes benefit, because there are less cars on the street that they have to deal with. So I hope that we can carry on with this work. I'll share another story with you, right? When I was a federal minister, I approached city whether they wanted funding for Yellowhead because that funding became available. And one of the arguments I heard from some of the people who were against that funding, they were saying, why invest in Yellowhead when we are building Henday already? So this argument that we have in certain areas sustainable modes of transportation, we don't have to build sustainable mode transportation in other part of the city where it doesn't exist, doesn't make sense. We need access everywhere. Yes, it's hard to rebuild in existing neighborhoods, but those people also deserve active mode of transportation. So it's not either or. It is about all people everywhere they live need that support. We never say, okay, we have one road here, so we're going to stop building other part of the city. We don't make those choices because roads are necessary as well. So are active modes of transportation. So I hope that we don't feel tired about this debate. I hope that we are not in the mood of just giving up on it, right? I hope that we continue to advance this further. So with that, I'm going to take the chair back. And
Return the chair.
I will go to Councillor Pinspe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't have a lot to say in closing. Most of my remarks would have been the same from my opening remarks. However, I would like to point out that this is just the acceleration portion, right? There will still be infrastructure, active transportation infrastructure being completed. And if I thought that all Edmontonians would have complete connectivity with this, this would not be on the floor. But I don't believe it does. I only feel a few people would actually have absolute complete connectivity. It will be partial. Even a colleague of mine noted that, who cycles every day, noted that even with this being complete, would not have complete bike lane all the way home. So if I thought all Edmontonians could have complete connectivity, this would not be on the floor. However, that's not what I'm seeing. And we talk about road safety. That's very important to me. And I would like to point out that it has a lot to do with drivers and behavior. And we need to, I don't think that we can assume that there will be absolute safety simply with this acceleration profile. And this is why I would encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
Just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. We will carry on with this conversation tomorrow.
Yeah, we're on to operating.
Okay, so we'll vote on capital and operating once we have gone through operating.
Yeah, we're gonna do all the amendments.
Yeah.
And then before you vote on the main motions as amended, there's a few, we'll have to table them because there's a few policy amendments that need to pass to make sure.
Remind me tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
Remind me tomorrow.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay. See you tomorrow, everyone.